Hello, everyone. Sorry for my lateness. My laptop decided to die when I started streaming earlier. But I am back now. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. The last time we did episode 2, which was the magical turnabout. Brucey Rite was accused of murder, and we had to prove, of course, that she was not a murderer. And we did! Now it's the rite of turnabout. Let's hope that I am completely fluent in English today. Episode 3, The Rite of Turnabout.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201 just
Oh no!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Whoa! Whoa! Magic! So agile. Is it a double murder? Ooh, it's a double murder, isn't it? May 9th, 3:30 p.m. Temple. Ah, another fine day in the kingdom of Kurain. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still, it sure was a rough start. Now, to do what I came here to do. To see Maya. Her long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she says something about one last rite she has to perform today. Who's the Rite? Hapuraki. Hey, Albi. Hapuraki. Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Kurain. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Kurain. Hats off to you guys. I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So what makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what her role in it is. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that's really something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly to establish the kingdom of Kurain. Let me stop you right there. Something wrong? No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Woo, dodged a bullet there. That's a long story. Oh right, you're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the Rite with this. An English guidebook? Where did you dig this up from? I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See, there's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. Rite's guide added to the court record. A guide to Kurenai's rites written for tourists. Miss Maya should already be at the site where this rite is to take place. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. I think I can handle it. I should offer a prayer now and then since they're letting me stay here. Let's see. May there be a slightly softer futon tonight. And may tomorrow's breakfast be a little bigger. Wow, I'm impressed by your prayerful heart. Prayer is at the heart of Kurainism, after all. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Oh, thanks. Now I feel kind of bad. What are those buildings over there? Those are training halls. Monks continuously undergo rigorous training there, day in and day out. You could try it out for a day if you'd like. They do really interesting stuff, like meditating while standing on their heads. That's really okay, Albie. Thanks. Oh, you're very upset right now? I'm sorry. This is a really gorgeous spring. You have an excellent eye for beauty, sir. This is the guiding waters, the centerpiece of our temple tour. It's a sacred pathway for people's mitama, so don't ever wade into it. Why? What would happen if I did? I don't think we should even be talking about this. Just don't go in it, okay? What's the worst that could happen? But we're okay for now, right? As long as we stay out of the water? Wow, what a beautiful badge! It's the attorney's badge we use in my country. It kind of looks like a sunflower to me. Yep, and I'm pretty sure there's even a reason for it. Please do explain, Mr. Rite. Maybe next time. I should have known he'd ask me to explain. The mantis babies died? Aww, I'm sorry. That really sucks. Rite's Guide. The Purification Rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Poniponi. It begins with the Transformation Rite. The High Priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Next is the Rite of Water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the High Priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the Rite of Fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. So basically, the whole thing's a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be her. Haha. Plaza of Devotion. Brr. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted. Right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying somewhere warmer? This too is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up, at the end of those stairs, is the inner sanctum. I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are. After all, Kurain is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Kurainese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? 15? From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about these colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and... I'm afraid that story is going to have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler. Is it Maya? It looks like Maya.
How do you fare, Mr. Rite? It's been many a day.
Who might you be?
Maya!
Maya?
Miss Maya! Haparaki! Haparaki, Albie. And you, Mr. Rite? May the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Hehe. Long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium from Kurain village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time. But that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Rite & Co. law offices. Now she's here, training to be the leader of Kurain village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Kurain channeling technique, you have to train here in Kurain, since this is where the technique originated. I look at that mountain, it reminds me of the time my dad took me rock climbing, and since he's a combat veteran, he has no sense of fear. So I told him, Dad, if I fall, I will haunt you forever. Cute memory. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from all the training I did. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. Oh hey! Congrats on getting your badge back, Nick. Thanks, Maya. Now you can go back to a life of bold-facedly bluffing the day away every day. That's not exactly why I returned to the courtroom, you know. Hey! That's mine! Well, it was just sitting there in the temple's library, so Albie sort of checked it out for me. Hope it comes in handy then. Oh, and by the way, the Maya Library of Guidebooks has a $2 a day donation policy. I guess Albie's entrepreneurial spirit is contagious. Albie said these are called prayer flags, and the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. What a magnificent gate. You can tell it leads to some place sacred like the inner sanctum. Sadly, only holy people are allowed through there. And here I am, hoping to show you just how amazing I've become during the rite today. All of that spiritual power I built up during my training is going to rush out like a raging river. Yeah, just try not to overdo it, okay? Wow, no one's moved a muscle. Those people will stay in that position and pray for 2 days straight, Mr. Rite. 2 days straight? Glad I'm not them, and that I got to be Lady Kira. Maya, don't be rude. You just hang in there, Nick. It's only 2 days after all. I don't recall signing up for this part of the tour. You know what they say, when in Rome. Now I understand the saying, there's no place like home. Yeah, that's it. Let's talk. Maya. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused, but you should have seen Mr. Rite in action. He was amazing. I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch. It definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So I guess you've finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep. I've completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the high priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. But the high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of their customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do fine. You bet! Just you watch, Nick. I'm going to be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. I better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in a flaming disaster then. Guardian deity. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today. What exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of Khurain a long, long time ago. Wow, so she actually existed. And now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year. There's more? The Rite's popularity. So why is this Rite attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared just like in the legends, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the revolutionary Durkee, too. So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first either. But there's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years. But this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken. I can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you, Maya? You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. A spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I've got to keep it real, right? I don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me. Sigh. You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull, and there's even one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that the Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know? I can't believe you really buy all that. Although, I wonder who's under that robe. May 9th newspaper added to the court record. A newspaper from the morning of the purification rites. It reports on Lady Kira's activities, among other things. Lady Kira returns to battle rebels. The Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Some town elders see her as Lady Kira in the flesh. Such rumors are fueling the enthusiasm for today's purification rite. Today's purification rite. The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the Plaza of Devotion until yesterday has melted. The rite can now go on as planned. We give thanks for the blessings of the Holy Mother and Lady Kira. Happy Raki! Escaped prisoner alert. Police are asking the kingdom's subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from Royal Penitentiary No. 4 yesterday. But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya. Just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already. I guess the jig is up. What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Hi-ya! Ow! Mr. Wright! Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the Rite today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook you just threw. Oh! You were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? Well, I hope you enjoyed playing superhero at the Rite today. Ooh, when you put it that way. I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Jangle. Jangle. Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going. His footsteps? During the Rite, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? We'll see you later. I doubt there actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya. Miss Maya's always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. I hope not. Oh, it's Acolyte Zealot! Acolyte Zealot? Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest, Abbot in me. Abbot in me. Abbot in me. Abotomy? Abotomy. Bontin me. What is this pun? Abbot in me, and lives and trains at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. Ah, it's about in me! The purification rite is about to begin! So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. It looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the High Priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Yeah, they are a whole lot bigger than I thought they'd be, too. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First, I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Youch! Great, now all I can see is the ground and my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so... Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright! Please, you have to get up! Ouch, my aching... Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. I guess I passed out from that back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Wow! Immediately just passed out. That's amazing. Something terrible's happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested. What? Maya? Arrested again? May 10th, 8 a.m. Plaza of Devotion. Huff. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. Poof. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go! Maya! Nick, I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer. Oh, it's Emma. What is she doing here? Yeah, what's she doing in Khura'in? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. Alright, take her down to the station, but with respect. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Nick! So what are you doing in Khura'in, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in Khura'in, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story, but we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? Wow, even with the murder, all these people are still here praying. They're so into it, they wouldn't notice anything you did to them. You mean, like, taking their fingerprints? Huh? Oh, who would ever do something like that? Emma, you didn't. That's a befitting gate for the path to the inner sanctum. It's apparently considered a sacred object to the people of Khura'in. I wasn't even allowed to dust it for prints. So even applying a little fingerprint dust to it would be sacrilegious, huh? I guess so. But I applied some luminol on it instead when no one was looking. Sounds like an invitation for the Holy Mother to strike you down later, Emma. Congratulations on your return to the legal world. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I never had the chance. Thanks, Emma, and congratulations to you too on becoming a forensic investigator. Thanks. Oh, I know. Let's celebrate by dusting your attorney's badge for fingerprints. Or how about we do a luminol test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. It's been ages since you presented evidence to me. Remember when we worked that one case together? I seem to recall a thin layer of fingerprint powder on every piece of evidence then. Well, I guess they get that way from time to time now, too. As enthusiastic as ever, huh, Emma? What happened? What happened, Emma? Please, tell me everything you can. Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is Tarrust in me. Tarrust in me? The high priest who was presiding over the rites. I was just trying to figure out the pun, and I can't. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed is the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. I never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. I better take care of it. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum? It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. Oh, so that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. Abbat and me and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the high priest? Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then, only the high priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred? Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza the high priest was dead. and she made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. That makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? Tell me about it. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial, where the divination seance determines all, and defense lawyers are unwelcome. Emma. So what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Kurain. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder, he's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face. But it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case? Yes, he is. I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one too? Yes, Prosecutor Sadmadi's already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmadi? Poluka! You know him, Albie? Of course! Everyone in Kurain does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmadi, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Oh, right. Sorry. Great. A prosecutor who's also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial's shaping up to be even more uniquely Kurainese than the last one. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I'd better give it everything I've got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmadi mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy? Nope. He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Let's just say, I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Sadmadi sounds pretty strict. So first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press is the High Priestess autopsy report. Tara's autopsy report added to the court record. Whoops. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Time of death, May 10th, 2 a.m. through 3 a.m. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep abdominal wound caused by a bladed weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the Warbad dagger used in the rite. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's Warbad dagger. It's used during the rite, however the dagger has yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. And isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmadi and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Wow, I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? The victim's name was Taras Inmi. He bled to death from a stab wound to the abdomen. And the killer? At the moment, our only suspect is the person who was with the victim at the time. In other words, Maya. Inner sanctum. Brr, it's really high up and really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I'd better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Who's that? It kind of looks like... excuse me. Ah, it's you. Do you even know where you are, Barb's head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Kurainism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet! You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. She's still sore about that trial? What is that badge you bear? It's a sunflower pin. They're quite popular in my country. It is rather cute, I must say. Actually, it's just my attorney's badge. Oh? So you mean it would have actually been worth more as a cheap accessory? My profession is worth more than $1.20, you know. Why do you keep looking away? I was thinking about investigating the crime scene. Well, you can do so later. You are speaking with me right now. As you wish, princess. I guess the investigation will have to wait until she's done talking at me. At me instead of with me. Investigating the incident. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Arg. It seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. The defense. As a defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred Hall of Justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence, then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people, anyway? My mother and father. Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple. Still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Oh ho! I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? The most wonderful idea. So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally. What? You want to follow me around the entire time? Of course. Not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections, understood? You can't do this to me. What was that, barbed head? Oh, no, it's nothing. Very well then, let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, barbed head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khurain. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insight shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer. I will. Now can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. Sigh. I better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, Holy Mother! Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile! This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is! What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough! If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That foul murderer shall not get away with this. It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. It even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This robe kind of smells... How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I meant that it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. If this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is the real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Whoa! This is blood. This is a statue of a warbad, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. It's a lantern. And it's still lit. Of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I'd better keep my distance, just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night. The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touching! I wasn't going to! A blood-stained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps? But it's written in Khurainese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... Will be. This is simply impossible to read. Wait. What is it? The stamp in the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgents. The Defiant Dragons. The rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of a connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Bloodstained letter added to the court record. A letter we found to the inner sanctum. A giant bloodstain makes it impossible to read in full. Looks like that about does it for this area. This mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up here? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. I'm feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Chinese. It is a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence. So did the High Priest. The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal princess. All members of the Chinese clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Tarves's autopsy report updated in the court record. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the Rite. It is made to resemble a warbad, the bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after. So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the distance from the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. Ritual curtain added to the court record, a curtain around the perimeter of the sanctum, isolating it from the outside world. The entrance was shut during the rite. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inner sanctum is like her private bathroom. Indeed. So see to it that you keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as the ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. Eek! And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just, I'm afraid of heights. I didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down, gulp. I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? Of course not! The statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. I think I better go take a closer look. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Humph, then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished, dear. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look. You'll see. The snow has obviously been cleared away here, and the lantern is broken. I still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. I should snap one of this area here, just in case. Inner sanctum photo added to the court record. Shows an area of shoveled out snow and a lantern with a broken wind guard. Nothing else particularly interesting here. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Wow, what an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry. I'll be right down. It looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of the mountain. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. Where are the rest of the clues? Oh. There's something hanging off of the ritual curtain here. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion. Except, they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There is something written on a piece of it. Donated by Tara Sinmi. It seems this piece is from a donation Abbott and me made at some point. Sanctum prayer flags added to the court record. Prayer flags found outside of the ritual curtain. They have been sewn together into a long banner. Looking for the next clue. Inner sanctum. Could you tell me more about this place, your benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? Ooh, you ill-mannered! I am the crown princess of Kurayin! There is nothing I do not know! Nana! Whoa, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating! Silence, barbed head. Nana's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she, your pocket internet? This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage for the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here. Except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls the access to this place. The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? The High Priest's family. Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbot and me lives with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Pure Zealot. Hooray Zealot. Hooray Zealot. Praise a lot. Finally, I got one. I got one of the puns. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zealot later too. Lady Kira. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to you need but ask. Nena! Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister, but unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by the insurgent Durkee. The Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbad. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Khurain. I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So even Princess Raifa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? That about does it for the Inner Sanctum. I should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Plaza of Devotion. Wow, they're still praying. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Well, I will say this level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now, to find Emma. You there, wait. I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix Rite. I'm a lawyer. No! I want to know if you know who I am! Huh? How should I know? I've never even seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. And what if he has amnesia or something? I should talk to him a little more, just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Oh, examine. They're still praying. Now that's really something. It's cause their absolute devotion to Lady Kira. But you don't have to pray to her, your benevolence. Our customs dictate that I must never associate myself with Lady Kira in any way. Instead, it is my duty to offer my prayers and dance to the Holy Mother every day. Why don't you try offering up a dance or two? I think you'll find it quite uplifting. No thanks, I'm good. To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through the sacred gates. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. Oh. Acolyte Zealot is still focused on his prayers. Is not such devotion worthy of commendation? Still, he has not yet learned of the High Priest's death. When I think of how he will learn of it once his prayers are over. Yeah, it does seem cruel, doesn't it? Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? Ack, I'm sorry if I offended you. Woo, I thought he was going to pull a weapon on me. But he's just pulling some snacks out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head? No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira? You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Chinese, I take it. Chomp chomp. Maybe? Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What, you want one? No thanks. I just ate. Now I remember. Get a load of this. Well? Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss. No good, huh? Guess I'll try something else. Somebody else. Ad starts in 1 minute. So who was that man and what did he want, Barbed Head? I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright. Ugh, what now? It's Emma. What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I? Oh no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved. Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor Sanmadi gave his okay right away. He seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself, and that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. He must be feeling really confident about his case. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I've prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. Hey, it's time for me to take my break. I'll be right back. Welcome back. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks. All of this will definitely come in handy. So this is what the high priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took at the crime scene. Inner sanctum photo updated in the court record. Shows the high priest's body, a shoveled out area of snow, and a lantern with a broken wind guard. Oh yeah! They're done questioning Maya. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya, she must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too. Oh shoot, look at the time! I have to get going. You sure seem busy. That's because His Ephemeral Holiness is a real slave driver. His Ephemeral Holiness? Prosecutor Sadmadi. He's like the world's hardest riddle, wrapped in a flowy sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his. This Prosecutor Sadmadi sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout. Arg! Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fop. And now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no! Now I'm really going to be late. He'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later. He makes her listen to sutras? Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too. She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sadmadi's sutras? What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Koreanist. Detention center. Nick, I knew you'd come. Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up? It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit I'm still a bit in shock. Who'd have thought you'd get caught up in something like this, and so far from home? But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Korean just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens. I haven't seen her this down in ages, either. Come on, remember who you're talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. Ha ha ha, I guess you're right. And you've saved me each and every time. Yep, so just tell me everything you can, and let's go from there. Barbed Head, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she's the murderer. Therefore, it is time for her confession. Your benevolence! What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, out with it! Confess to your crime! Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or three? Humph. Maya, please tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. The incident. I didn't kill the high priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abatin me was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him. It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Koreanese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. It's like they were her family and home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort, what with being here for training all alone. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. The next thing I knew, a bot in me was, you know. You suddenly got sleepy? So then, you didn't actually see the high priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but If I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then... What an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Be honest. What you call training is but an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's nothing like that at all. Training. I'm training to become the master of the Kurain channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you becoming a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafa seems to really hate fakers. But Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Rafa know. Your benevolence. I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte because she can't already Shh! Wait, Nick! What? Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing, really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa's not around. Oh, I almost forgot. Nick. Yes? About Abbott and me's murder. There was something I noticed that I thought strange. Oh? What you noticed? So what was it you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but... Why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring? The spring? You mean the pool in front of the Warbat statue? Yes, that! The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that? Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the high priest's blood turned it red. What? No, that's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red? Even before the high priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rites, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water turns red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off the water. I don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Maya's statement added to the court record. On the day of the rite, the water in the spring was already stained red when Abbott and me and Maya arrived at the inner sanctum. Nick? Yes? So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over at her benevolence, like she's worried what Rafer will think. One more thing. There's something I want to show you. There is? I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Is this a letter? It's in Kuranese. See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar? This red stamp here? That's the mark of Lady Kira. Oh, right. It looks just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why? This is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rites. I know what you are planning, Lady Kira. That sounds like a threat, or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rites. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, too. Nick, do you think? Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbat dagger being eyed as the murder weapon. Don't tell me. That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick. I thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have. I think you mean ladder, Maya? Keeping it real. So what do you mean by keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbott and me was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop! Eek! The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the high priest. I guess it's only natural for Princess Rhea to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. Still, if this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the high priest after he ignored their warning. You big dummy! You can't fool me! It was you who forged that warning letter! You are trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it! No, I'd never do such a thing! Now, your benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Grrr! Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid that it would anger everybody needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. And judging by her benevolence's reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Wait, what are... There are a number of places on this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Are these supposed to be some sort of a message, too? Not that they will be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. Lady Kira's warning added to the court record. It appears to be from Lady Kira to the High Priest. There are holes in rows of 3 all over it. Alright, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick? There's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? It's just, you know they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Khura'in, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Maya, thanks for thinking of me, but... Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know? True, but I've been through 1 trial here already. So I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one, no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. We've always won because of your faith in me. That's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Wright Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're going to beat this charge. You'll see. Humph. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken. But I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait. Don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Ah! Of course I know! Do not presume to know what I do not know! I'm no closer to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead. But given the use of the Warbat dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I'd say the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira is the real prime suspect. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. I wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is to go someplace where locals like to gather. Bazaar. I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now, who should I... I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is. Consulting her pocket internet again, I see. Mr. Wright! That sounds like... Is Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Oh, Kunka! Your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers, you... Are you not the accused from the last trial? Oh, What's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide, your benevolence. No, know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. I wish you'd stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man, and I trust him as a lawyer. What's this? I'm sorry. Forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Ooh. Mr. Wright, her benevolence has sunk into the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. The Rebel Hunter. So what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. So they're treating this Rebel Hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, what with that jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Yes, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. So there's a hardened criminal on the loose? That is bad news. Yes, but the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big, scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not exactly something just anyone can do. Someone that strong could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. And what about that escaped prisoner, Albie? The escaped prisoner. So what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Durkee's right-hand man. Durkee, as in the leader of that rebel group? Yes, the escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner's a former soldier, and that he wields a big scary knife. Rumor has it, he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. He sounds like a really dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. There's a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison way up there? The prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I'd like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? The terrible incident. What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated, and it was the rebel leader Durkee who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Ooh, it was a terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen? Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like, god-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those Defiant Dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next? So that's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escapee. And why they want the rebel hunter to take him out, along with the other rebels. So is there anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter Lady Kira about Albie? I was just thinking there was something else. But what was it? Oh yeah! Here! What is it? Shadow found it. Why, that's the Warbat arrow. Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the Crown Princess of Khura'in. Now let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence? It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. A three-pronged arrow? I could swear I've seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Inme's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I'd better look into this. Warbat arrow added to the court record. Resembles the three-pronged arrows once used by Lady Kira. Discovered near the High Priest's home. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course. Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kara in the purification rites. I should probably talk to her too. High Priest's house. So this is where the High Priest lived. Wait a minute. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the High Priest's wife. Excuse me. Yes? May I help you? I was hoping to speak with the High Priest's wife. Are you her? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Belieb. Oh my, your benevolence. Please, be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us. Yes, What's that? Oh, of course. She's talking with this funeral picture. My husband, too, is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot and me? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can't wait. That can wait until later, dearie. She's definitely speaking with him. So your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. Friend of yours? So then you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abbot and me and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Khurain. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now. But I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the Warbad arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to leave just yet. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Barbed Head, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. What I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please, let me talk to my husband about this. Yes, I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. What the heck were they even talking about? Yeah, but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. Irk! I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Mrs. Inme. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do, but I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. Guess I should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rafa gets mad at me. What a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all. The Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence! How do you not know who her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Sorry, it won't happen again. Humph, this is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all Khurainism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like, and that includes the members of the royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. What show is this? It is the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action show in Kurain, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm? Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. I'm not so sure about its originality given its overall look in that theme song. Something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. I'm guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the Evil Magistrate. Maya's collected CVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. The Plumed Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plumed Punisher originated here in Kurain. Is that clear, Barbed Head? Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. Is this a piece of art of some sort? What a beautiful orb. Is something the matter? Barbed Head, take one step back. Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes, your dismal reflection. It was rooting the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? There's a Steel Samurai patch in this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you've never heard of Kachu Demal? I've heard people describe it as Kuranese chess. So two players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Catch them all, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? It sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's Arbol. That's Arbal. Aribal? That's Aribal. That's Zaribal. That's Arbol. Senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Wanted poster added to the court record. A wanted poster describing the escaped prisoner. Mentions a sizable reward. Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million damas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have a lawyer to about 1 million damas. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude! Nana has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value the people come to ruin. As crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people. How about sending some of that kindness this way? Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and paid taxes to our kingdom, that is. Oh well, it was worth a shot. What is this scary-looking spiky thing? It is a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There's not a soul in Kurain who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? It looks like a torture device to me. This looks like a waste basket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like this before? Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do. It says to the High Priest. You cannot even read? You're even more pitiful than I had thought. Thanks. And I will keep your words out of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Kurainese before I came. The envelope was addressed to the High Priest, huh? But it's empty. So there's something about it. I'd better hang on to it. Envelope added to the court record. An envelope addressed to the High Priest. There is no return address, and 3 unusual-looking holes are punched into it. A poster of the mountains? Oh, the Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the roof of Kurain. Ah, and I see they have even included Mount Pony Pony in that poster. Mount Pony Pony? Is that the smaller peak to the left? Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as yourself could not perceive such beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Mountain Range poster added to the court record. A poster in the High Priest's house shows the Inner Sanctum and Mount Pony Pony. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we just wait just a little longer? I wonder if she'll ever open up. Oh, you're still here. Lady Believe. Mrs. Enme, do you think you're ready to talk? Is that okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. Believe in me is her full name. No, it's quite all right. If my husband were still with us, he would say, as much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. Enme just call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions quickly, so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Trust in me. Oh, trust in me. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. Oh, this is really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Damn. These are psyche locks. This means Mrs. Enme is trying to hide something from me. This is the Magatama Mai gave me all those years ago. And it has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something, and allows me to see the psyche locks that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present my Magatama X to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone.
Take that!
The High Priest. Psyche locks. They appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Enme thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Enme, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. The escaped prisoner? I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought your husband would get in the way of his escape plan. But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well? Oh, you're right. Guess I'd better find someone else with a possible motive. So you see, Maya must have been the killer. No, it had to have been someone else. The rebel Durkee? The rebel Durkee killed your husband. He did it to stop the purification rite. He must despise Lady Kira for capturing his fellow insurgents. But were that the case, wouldn't he have slain Maya for playing the part of Lady Kira? Good point. Alright, so it wasn't Durkee. Time to think about who else might have had a motive. Lady Kira. It was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. I know not of what you speak. Really? Because she even made the front page recently. Gwahahahahaha! I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as me? Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kara would kill Abbott in me. Abbott in me. Abbott in me. I'm trying to figure out the pun. I can't figure it out.
Take that!
Okay. This is a letter of warning from Lady Kara. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Ah! This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the high priest, didn't it? And how do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband.
Take that!
Well, what's that? It's an envelope, addressed to the high priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? Ah! What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter. There is? Yes, and that proof is right here on the warning letter. This spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. Oh! As for what made the holes, I believe it was this.
Take that!
They were made by this warbat arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kara. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the high priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Eek! Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. I guess that makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect. We are a Kuranese kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Kuranism itself. Your husband was a devout priest of Kuranism, and you feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. Yes, that makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the high priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still, this just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. The warning. Could you tell me a little more about the warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed? Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight, and yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? But you didn't contact the police, because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel? That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Torres would still be alive today. Oh, lovely wife. No need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Barbed head, that is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Mrs. Inme, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped. Your benevolence. May you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Barbed Head, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. Gurk? I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. If only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about Abbott and me would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too. How wonderful for you, Mrs. Inme. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor. Barbed Head, you are coming as well. Huh? But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along. Ugh. Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. I better let her have her way this time. Grand Palace, Audience Chamber. Welcome, Lady Believe. So this is the Queen of Kurain. What is wrong with you, Barbed Head? Show some respect. Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it is quite all right. Stay as you are. Mother. Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul, and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Sniffle. Now that's what I call a commanding presence. So you're the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, your Eminence. I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence? Ack. Did I overdo it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen. Ho ho! May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. Wow, the Queen is seriously something else. The Prayer of Lament, huh? Oh. Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again? Have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. Oh, right. Blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. He's Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Garon's husband? You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work. Hey, keep your paws off that stuff over there. It's all pretty pricey. More than you could possibly imagine, I'd wager. Yeah, I'd better keep my hands to myself. Where do you get off sticking that thing in my face? You forget who you're dealing with? Don't poke your nose where it don't belong. Or do you want a spot on my execution list? No, I'm good. I'd better end this conversation now before I really rub him the wrong way. This incident. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case, too. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. But it's gonna be different this time. I got Kurai's top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Heh, you lawyers are all the same. You strut yourself till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. Defense Culpability Act. Were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Heh, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce this thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy. Efficient, even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, it made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Goran administration are gonna get what they deserve, especially those rebel scum. You can get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Kurai, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. No, I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with Lee's majesty. Irk! I can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act. So I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I can speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Durkee and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Say, White, you know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. They really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friends. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. I have returned, Barbted. Your benevolence, are you done with the rite? Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe stayed behind to speak with Mother. I hope this will help ease her sorrow, even if just a little. So you have been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Kurain, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. It seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead. Really? But for now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that. How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. The High Priest. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think that? Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Uh-oh. Princess Rafa heard me. Well, what idiocy is this? Abaten me a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. All right. I was just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. He stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. Do you recall the high priest doing anything suspicious? Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky? That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind? Sorry, that's about it. Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the high priest right now. Oh, but there is one thing I should follow up on. I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Channeling. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits? Oh, that! You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I see. So spirit channeling is a spirit symbol of power or authority, then in that case. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country were able to do it, too. Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Korean style that was brought to the US via Japan, but it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Koreanese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know. So if spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the queens of Korean, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya, then I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rafa distant relatives of Maya's? Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just, I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. I see. I had no idea it was so complicated. Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. And what is this qualification to become the master? To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, and it was more like spirits possessed her as opposed to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want? Yep, at least I think. You think? Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. Right. Maya's the next big hope of Korean village. That's gotta be a lot of pressure. So speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai. Oh, you must mean the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. The Plumed Punisher. So you've already seen the Plumed Punisher? You really don't miss a beat. Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Korean who does not know of it. Oh, your benevolence, you're back. As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I have changed my mind, for in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Her sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed off a bit. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you. Show off? Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden. Yep, ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra-rare Plumed Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of the strap? Don't tell me. You're a Plumed Punisher fan too, your benevolence? No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such things. Right. No, I am telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So how did you get your hands on that, Maya? I found a kindred spirit in a Plumed Punisher fan here in Korean. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. And by cultural exchange, you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? Yep, you bet. I traded my Steel Samurai watch for the strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme song when the alarm goes off. My newfound Kuraini's friend was so happy I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. Ad starts in 1 minute. I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Kurain. Watch this! When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. That sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go Daka dum 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 in the intro. Plume's Punisher strap added to the court record. This one-of-a-kind strap plays the Plume's Punisher theme when the Magatama on her belt is pressed. Right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plume's Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. I'm going to totally go pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. It's going to be a huge hit. Right, Your Benevolence? I have no interest in such things. Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plume's Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer Maya up a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me. Okay, thanks, Nick. I think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. Okay, time for the break. Be right back. Welcome back. Where was I gonna go? Head back to the temple, okay. Temple. It's getting late. Won't be long till sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence! Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I learned so far. Care to join me? Yes, please allow me to help. Okay, first, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira, and it told him not to perform the rite. That's right! It was that rebel hunter! But what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery... Right. I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, Barbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation that shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime, after all. Yeah, the warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence! While it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence, that is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, your benevolence. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As Royal Priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. Tomorrow, I'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Kurain. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence if it's the last thing I do. Trial! It's trial time! Accused lobby. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday, but if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe... Nick, today, well, don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my clients in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Humph. Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick, I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the Plume's Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm, to the folks back home, right? Right. I may be defended this time. But I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go. High Court of Kurain. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise.
Let the trial of Maya Fey begin.
The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Huh?
Quiet! Can't you see Prosecutor Sadmadi is absorbed in silent prayer?
Great. The trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me.
Very devout for a prosecutor. Why is the accused standing over there?
Oh, well, Your Majesty. In addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant.
The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul.
That wasn't very nice. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts here in Khura'in.
I must say, I'm surprised to see you still here in Khura'in, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial.
The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now.
Such foolishness. Ah, Prosecutor Sadmadi, are you ready to begin now?
Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Ha 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 ha!
Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmadi.
Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you.
So, it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him.
Putrid what?
He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead, so that he will not be lonely when he arrives.
Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya?
A little.
Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court.
But I'm the defendant.
Don't worry, we haven't lost a case together yet.
You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you please explain the case at hand?
Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Trustin Me. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain.
And the cause of death?
Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photos, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the Warbad dagger which was used in the last rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched.
A sacred relic used as a tool of murder? The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe.
The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers to the High Priest of Khura'in'ism. During the rites, the victim and accused were the only two of the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey.
I must say, that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused.
Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Inner sanctum diagram added to the court record. A diagram of the scene of the High Priest's murder. It shows where the lanterns and the Warbad statue are. In Khura'in'ism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There, she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years.
That is a terrible fate indeed.
Indeed. That sounds terrible.
Would the defense care to respond?
And here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution, but more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place.
Objection!
I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence Rafa Padma Kuraini's insights. So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see.
Here we go again.
Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess.
It's Princess Rafa. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks again today.
Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day.
As popular as ever, I see.
Rest assured, good people of Kurain, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. They shall not escape on their freedom expressed today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Dihara Kurain.
She sure looks pleased with herself, especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday.
Is there something stuck into my face, Barbed Head?
No, nothing, Your Benevolence.
Now then, Your Benevolence, the divination seance, if you please.
Very well. Nena, my robe.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
This dance goes on for quite a while, huh? Wind. Incense. Footsteps. Pain.
The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete.
Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision.
It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light, the scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbott and me must have felt. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable.
But that wasn't me! Do something, Nick! I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle.
The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite.
Come to think of it, the Rite's guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. The transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while the priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul.
Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Bartat, would you care to object?
Of course, because I know my client is innocent.
So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you?
I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again.
You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insides yet again? It would seem lawyers are Polkunen creatures indeed.
Look at that Polkunen! Polkunen! Polkunen!
What exactly is a Polkunen? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak.
They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth.
So, Barb's head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave.
Insight. Rafa's insight.
The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his lifeblood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments.
Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record. Shows where Maya and the high priest were during the rite.
Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see.
No, it wasn't me! A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
Ooh! How did you end up finding contradictions last time? The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appeared in the pool of souls? It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Yeah, that's how it looked to me too.
The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations.
That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insights the last time.
So there could be contradictions between what Abat and me felt and her insights, huh? You got it. And I'm going to find them this time, too. Did I check how to point out contradictions in Rafa's insights? I'm okay. Nah, I remember how it works. Still, the sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial. In which case, I'd better keep an eye on changes in their intensity, too. Okay, time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights. Bowing to the lanterns. And reading the sutra. Footsteps, incense, pain. Let me read this again. Staging area, High Priest, Priestess, Curtain, Full Moon. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. The transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Seems right to me. The spring water was already stained red when we arrived at the inner sanctum on the day of the rite. The mark on his face is one borne by all members of the Quirinius clergy somewhere on their bodies. Records of who has what mark and where are kept at Temple. Warbad dagger. Incense-laden robes. Footsteps, incense. Pain. As a dagger. Footsteps, incense. Pain. Sight. I'm confused. I'm stuck.
already. That's him bowing. Him reading the sutra. Wind. That's the word wind. Let me see the whole thing. Wind. Incense, footsteps. Sound, sight. I mean, it's not moving. It's not moving yet. Oh. Never mind. Is moving. Wind. Footsteps, incense. Footsteps, incense. Pain. Confused. Hold up, let me look it up. Trial day 1. Very first one. Select the footstep sound on the third statement.
Objection!
The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps, but did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not, because there is something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, Barbed Head. The footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder.
Then why exactly does that matter?
Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger.
Ah! Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, Your Benevolence?
Well, there must be a reason.
It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn.
What does that even mean? Not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure.
Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your Benevolence? Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the Abbot's mitama.
Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. refine the sensation?
I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the Mitama.
I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered.
Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call.
Bells.
Footsteps change into bells. What could this mean?
Bells, but the only bells at the scene of the crime were...
Ah, that jingling must have come from Abbot Inme's bells.
You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the High Priest's own footsteps.
Then that means...
If the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what her benevolence's insight would have believed. Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record.
But why would the victim have approached the accused?
Maybe he was trying to defend himself.
Please explain.
He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked.
Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. But be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection.
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence.
Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmadi?
Even if it was a bot in me who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the High Priest to approach.
Ah!
And as he neared, she plunged a dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it?
Yes, it is what the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well.
Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it.
Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun.
Insight revised. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern.
See, the fact that it was a bot in me who moved changes nothing.
Come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess Rafa refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. Okay, let's watch this again. Wind. Bells, incense, water, pain. Wind, bells, incense, water.
Objection!
Your benevolence, isn't this statement inconsistent with the vision?
Inconsistent? I think not.
Exactly, that's where the inconsistency lies.
No, I believe it is in the defense's thought process that the inconsistency lies. Guess there wasn't an inconsistency there after all. Oh. I get it now.
Objection!
Hold it. How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and a bot in me would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh? Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Oh, Kunka! That is absurd! This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates. Ah! Then, where do you propose the accused stood when she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here.
Take that!
Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abat and me and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this right scribe. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The What on earth? Is that even possible? The high priest would have never made such an obvious blunder during a rite. Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their position is what? That their positions differ from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster. Irk! Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh, Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will not amend my insight to account for this new truth. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick! Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection. But her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem.
second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Raifa's insights. That's right. We now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record, and confirm where Maya and Abbott and me were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights. Ringside lantern. Where's the diagram? It's right here. Wind. Wind.
Objection!
Oh, whoops. Wind, incense bells, water, pain.
Objection!
What? I'm looking at the answer. It says new third statement. Fourth panel. Select the lantern sight while the wind sound is blowing.
Objection!
Really? This is the answer, though. This is the correct answer. Select the lantern sight while the wind sound is blowing. Wrong statement? Oh, that is the wrong statement. You're right. This. Did I not select this before?
Objection!
It's wrong again. Cursor slightly off? Damn. Loading.
Objection!
Damn. What is wrong? Third statement, fourth panel, select the lantern sight while the wind sound is blowing. Point to the flickering. I thought it was.
Objection!
Oh. Had to be really precise with that one. Your benevolence. I found a new contradiction. You did? Humph. No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There's nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I fail to see your point. My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. Heh. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I failed to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished, even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Nick! Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady
Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The high priest is thought to have been moving toward her, so I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Spring side lantern. Wind, bells, incense. I'm having a lot of trouble with this. What is contradictory here? This is smell, sound, sight. The spring side lantern. Yeah, sight is clearer now. Okay, I'll start from the beginning again. Bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra, which is correct. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Bowing. Bowing. Reading the sutra. Wind. Third statement, second panel. Shoot. Man. My bad. Sight. His is broken, right? What could this possibly mean? The lantern clearly contradicts the insight, but this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? One minute you shout out and in the next you fall silent. Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Sadmadi? Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you've built so far. The only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken, and if you watch what Abbot Inmi saw in his final moments, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Maya is broken.
ad starts in 1 minute. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing 2 different lanterns in the seance vision. How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? Let me start by saying, the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell Maya and Abbott's enemies' positions, the lantern positions. Where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. Okay. Time for the break. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Time to continue the trial. But thankfully, it has led us here. The actual spot where Maya Fey was standing.
I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question.
I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing.
Very well then. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing.
Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing?
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom. Does this not bring us back to the very beginning? No, this is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now.
No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big?
There was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection!
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error.
Such insolence! A huge error, you say? Do explain.
The huge error is the order of the rites, the number of people there. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a suture when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be. Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Honkuka!
Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime?
Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Woo, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record.
Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer.
Yes, I shall place my trust in you.
Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sadmadi? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I've learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen.
I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who's solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh?
Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. This third party must have really wanted to kill the high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim receives a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace! I don't understand. I had heard that Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel? The high priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel. The high priest, a devout follower of Corainism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection!
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel? Your mockery of Corainism. No. Of the kingdom of Curain itself knows no bounds. Whoops. That shameless Ponkunten lawyer, he's making a mockery of our religion. As a faithful Curainist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot Inmi was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah. Ugh. Please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Kurain. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned toward Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. It's that one dude. It's him again. Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm, that so-and-so. Whatchamacallit. Anonymous to be determined. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined. Can't you just tell us your real name? The eyewitness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my reports, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
You're letting an amnesiac testify? Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Idmis, please tell us what you saw. The night of the murder. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the Rite at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. There's no way you saw Miss Faye stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Mount Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. They must be talking about that smaller mountain in front of the poster. Mr. Idmis, I was wondering. What can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Idmis? On the day of the rites, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. Weather forecast. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? See? Told you so! May 9th newspaper updated in the court record. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Idmis, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot! How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much. Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? Leading the witness. Absolutely leading the witness. Pfft. I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. What? Thus, Mr. Idmis's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Ha ha ha! And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination. The night of the murder. That night, I was up at the top of Mount Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Immis? Was it really Mount Pony Pony that you climbed?
Oh, I'm sure of it. It was a really pony-ish mountain.
What does that even mean?
You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace.
Hold it!
If you hate crowds, why bother climbing to the top? Couldn't you have just as easily prayed at the bottom of Mount Pony Pony?
Wrong, bucko. This is a once-a-year epic event. I wanted to pray as close to the actual thing as possible.
If you're so gung-ho about it, why didn't you go pray at the Plaza of Devotion?
Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace.
Oh, Holy Mother, why do I only get the annoying ones?
And my burning faith demanded that I climb up the mountain closest to the inner sanctum. Also, I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around...
Hold it!
Since nobody was around, there is nobody who can corroborate your actions either.
Hee-ho! You're actually exactly right.
In that case, Mr. Immis, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen?
About that. If you get caught climbing the surrounding mountains on the day of the rites, you can get in big trouble. Har 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 har.
That's it?
Yeah, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're a grown-up. Har 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 har.
Yeah, you're a real grown-up, alright.
And since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and... I used my binoculars to spy on the right of the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
You had a pair of binoculars with you? That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you?
Actually, I just happened to have them for bird watching.
Bird watching, huh? I see. You're not going to keep pressing him on this? He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can really sink my teeth into yet. Oh, okay then.
Har 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 har. I love the great outdoors. That's just the kind of guy I am. A guy called Anonymous TBD.
He's really starting to get on my nerves.
As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger.
Hold it!
Did you really see what you say you did?
Are you saying I'm lying about this? Well, I'm not. It's etched permanently in this old noggin.
But I didn't do what you say I did. I didn't even get a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite.
What do you know of that? What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I've never even seen you before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? Urgh.
I didn't expect there to be any witnesses way up there. But I don't remember doing that at all.
I know.
I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. I should take another look at the court record.
Objection!
Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him.
What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you?
Not at all, Mr. Immis. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony.
His testimony, you say?
Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain.
Why, yes, I believe you're right.
The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen.
Hoo-ha! Mr. Immis, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? You got me! The eyewitness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself.
You didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean?
Let me set the record straight, I beg ya.
The night of the murder, amended.
I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger.
Shadows? That's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Immis, I'd rather you offer accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistry. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have got to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick? All I can think of is to look for inconsistency between the actual Rite and what Mr. Immis says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. The night of the murder, amended. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain.
Hold it!
So what you saw were simply shadows? That's right. Those shadow figures on that bright white curtain. They showed through plain as day. I could see everything that happened. But Miss Faye and Abbott and me were at the top of a mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto this curtain? No wonder people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. The lanterns were the only source of light, you know. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Immis? Of course I did! The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain, clear as day. It was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony. I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night? I remember there weren't any clouds and the moon was definitely out. But I don't remember if it could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. We can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cause shadows to appear. Har 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 har! I remember it just like it happened. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger.
Hold it!
Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows? It was that little bun on top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob's a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. Har 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 har! Now that's one funny haircut. It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you're one to talk, you Sasquatch. You're not into this wild manly look I'm sporting? Shows what you know, little girl. Har 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 har! Nick, isn't there some kind of a crime you can charge him with? I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows? Testimony is sketchy, written all over it. Then there must be an inconsistency in there somewhere. Yup. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the Rite. Is it this? No, it wasn't. Projected against the ritual curtain. Wonder what that's about. know he could see anything. Why is he lying?
Objection!
You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible. Well, what do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. I think I'm going to need a logically translation on that. Let's take a look at this Rite's guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Doot doot doot. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum of Mount Pony Pony. Oh, Holy Mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No way! Hee hee hee! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immis claims to have seen. But I did see the silhouettes, really? But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible? Wait, tell me. Your Majesty, Mr. Immis really did see those shadows. If Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be? The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows is he was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Doot doot doot. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures, naturally. Wait, you mean? None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immis was at the time of the murder. The inner sanctum. Mr. Immis was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Hoo-ha! Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sadmadi would rather not touch right now. You mean? That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Googie! Wait, what? No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum, and the only way up there are the stairs that start down to the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness enter that sacred space? Oh, he must have, I haven't thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Immis was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right? Right. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't. Then, what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane! I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. Peace! Peace, I say! This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immis. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah. Fight, fight, Phoenix, right? Just look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I hope you know. She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Immis, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Witness testimony. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but... Now, will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Yeah! I'd like to see you explain how you got up there. Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Cranianism is the strictest religion ever. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 5 they started with, that's 700 million years of torment. Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum, if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? Cross-examination. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you.
Hold it!
Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure of is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes! You mean he's contagious? He's gonna give me lawyeritis! Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Woo, that was a close one. He almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory.
Hold it!
You just said your memory was fuzzy.
I sure did. What's the big deal?
I'll tell you what. Your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the events is fuzzy.
Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing.
Here we go again.
If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I'd say I do. In short, you're confident that your testimony is true. Is that correct, Mr. Immis?
Har 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 har.
Exactly. Guess you don't get to be a judge for nothing. So in closing, I can clearly say that I was totally not there. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention?
No, there isn't.
Which means there is.
Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us.
I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention, he climbed up the cliff. No one would have noticed if he had scaled up the side of the mountain. He could have snuck into the inner sanctum that way.
Har 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 har! The cliff face is all loose and crumbly around there. Even a pro mountain climber couldn't have made it that way. Everyone here in Karain knows that, but let us forgive the defense's ignorance. He is a foreigner, after all.
Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
Tough luck, lawyer. I couldn't have gotten up to the inner sanctum by scaling the cliff.
Arg! Please add that to your testimony, Mr. Immis.
No one could climb up those cliffs. The rocks are all loose and crumbly.
Hold it!
You really couldn't climb your way up? Like, what if there was a route where the rock is more solid? Or maybe you're a celebrated rock climber. You know, something like that?
As I said before, the rocks are all loose and crumbly. And there's no route up there where the rock's more solid. Moreover, I've never rock climbed a day in my life. Any attempt to climb that mountain would be as good as throwing your life away.
Oh, come on, your majesty.
You continue to claim that the witness was at the inner sanctum. Yet said claim shall remain but a claim without any supporting evidence, Mr. Wright.
Yes, I realize that, your majesty. If I can't find any inconsistencies, guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony.
Boy, your lawyers sure are scary.
Hold it!
Now hold on, lawyers aren't scary.
But you're saying I was in the inner sanctum when I wasn't. Anyone who tried to frame an innocent man like that is scary in my book.
Lawyers are scary! Lawyers are scary! It's a setup! It's definitely a setup! I'm not trying to set anyone up. I'm going to provide evidence and explain exactly how it was done.
The gallery speaks true. They know the depth of a lawyer's sin and the poverty of his virtue.
There may be some bad apples, but we're not all like that, you know? Don't worry, Nick. I'll still root for you, no matter how morally bankrupt you become.
Thanks a bunch, Maya. Har 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 har!
Mr. Immis wasn't at the inner sanctum, or more precisely, couldn't get there? I don't see a way out of this. Yeah, these kinds of debates only get worse if you argue them the wrong way. I'll have to pry some conclusive testimony out of him and then present some evidence. Like when you're trying to catch frogs from a pond. Once if you got a grip on one, you'd better hold on tight.
Right, something like that.
Let's press this again. He came from the plaza. He fell from the sky. He came from the plaza. Maybe you snuck up to the inner sanctum via the stairs in the Plaza of Devotion?
Har 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 har! With all those people at the plaza? I don't think so.
But they were all completely absorbed in prayer. With a little stealth, you could have slipped by without drawing any attention.
I am afraid that would have been impossible. During the rite, the gate to the stairs was locked tight from the inner sanctum side.
What?
Yeah, if I tried to force the lock open, someone there would have noticed, even if they were deep in prayer.
Please add that to your testimony, Mr. Immis. The plaza gate is locked from the side facing the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
Who can verify that the gate was actually locked? I mean, what if it wasn't?
The high priest himself was seen locking it before the rite began, and we have many believers from the plaza who can corroborate this. I guess you struck out again, Mr. Lawyer Man.
What if there was a spare key to the gates? But I'm not in position to prove that, so what now?
You continue to claim that the witness was at the inner sanctum. Yet said claim shall remain but a claim without any supporting evidence, Mr. Wright.
Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. It's locked from the side facing the inner sanctum. My stomach is growling. I'm hungry. Senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom. Consider armed and dangerous. Contact authorities with any information.
Hold it!
We can verify that the gate was actually locked. I'll do the fall out of the sky one next.
Hold it!
You fell from the sky. Maybe you fell from the sky? Ha 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 ha! The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Emmons could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the Sacred Mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh right, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Mountain range poster updated in the court record. Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Immis. It's not like I can fly through the air either. You wouldn't need to flap your arms if you had some gear. As I have already stated, nothing of the sort was found in or around the scene of the crime. Har 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 har! I'd sure like to see some of that so-called gear you're talking about. I know, but was there really nothing like that in the inner sanctum? What if there was something that could have been used as a parachute? I should give the evidence another look. You continue to claim that the witnesses of the inner sanctum. Presents. How about this?
Objection!
Mr. Immis is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Honkunka. The people of Ukraine are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Immis? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks? Mr. Immis, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this. Oh yeah! I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly.
And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider.
A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material?
It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum.
So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that?
Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony.
Witness testimony. Why I was at the inner sanctum.
That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Hoo-ha! I think I'll pass on that.
Looks like that caught Prosecutor Assad Mahdi off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Cross-examination. Why I was at the inner sanctum.
That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider.
You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider? You didn't go to pray?
A devout Koreanist like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead. Har 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 har.
A paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
That's because of the ritual curtain. It blocked your view. You should have seen me majestically soaring between the mountains.
Really? What do you think, Nick? Don't ask me.
Har har har. I was really enjoying that flight. At first, anyway. But just as Mount Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened.
Something terrible happened?
Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible.
What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony?
What was it again?
Wait, you don't remember?
Let's just say it was terrible. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum.
What exactly was this accident you had?
Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control.
The wind was strong enough to make you lose control?
You got that right.
Okay then, please add that to your testimony.
Gale force winds came out of nowhere, so I made an emergency landing at the sanctum.
Had the wind been blowing the whole time around the mountains?
Yep, just the right amount of wind for paragliding. So that sudden gale force wind was a real shocker.
I see. So a decent wind had been blowing until then.
Right. A paraglider is not much use without a decent wind. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory.
Where at the inner sanctum did you land?
That's easy. Where the paraglider ended up.
I guess that makes sense. So outside the ritual curtain, on the side where the moonlight shadows were cast.
But right as I landed, I hit my head on a rock. I lost both my consciousness and my memory. Har 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 har.
Something's seriously wrong with this guy.
So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident.
You're lucky to be alive after an accident like that.
Yeah, I'm just a lucky kind of guy. It's times like these that separate the men from the boys.
Wow, I'd say you were incredibly lucky. Almost miraculously so.
If you got something to say, just say it.
Alright, Mr. Immis. It wasn't an accident, was it? You landed at the inner sanctum on purpose.
What the? No, it was an accident, I'm telling you. You don't even have any proof. Stop making things up about me.
His testimony is like a moving target. Okay, Nick. Time for some evidence. You know, really grab him by the scruff of his neck. One thing at a time, Maya. First, I had to find an inconsistency. But where there is constantly changing testimony, there are bound to be discrepancies in other issues. Calm, clear skies.
Objection!
We have a saying in my country, Mr. Immis. From one lie sprouts another.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks.
What did you just say?
You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
Ponkutka! Why, I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real? Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause.
More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once.
Mr. Immis claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind.
Why, yes, I believe you're right, but we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Immis, how did you get there? And from where?
Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Immis must have launched himself from here.
Hoo-ha! Are you insane? That's where he came from?
If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest.
What?
Mr. Immis, were you the third party of the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the Rite that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira?
Hoo-ha! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. Help me out here.
You did it! You finally left him speechless.
Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hail awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him.
But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity.
Oh, his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something.
It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous?
The witness's true identity is... Is this really him?
Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I have no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop to prison, the precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is that's a rebel. Prison escapee and key member of Durkee's rebel group. What? Go! Ad starts soon.
The witness is an escaped prisoner.
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Hoo-ha! Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise. But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite, but the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered.
Who do you suppose sent that letter?
A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah, and what's your point?
What are the witness's true identity?
Okay. Ad should be starting soon. Be right back. Welcome back. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. This witness is That's Horrible, prison escapee and key member of Durkee's rebel group. Yes. Oh no!
He is a rebel and escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
No!
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Hoo-ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's horrible. When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head.
Are you prepared to tell us the truth now?
Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I baked my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie.
A big fat lie?
Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi.
Wait, they know each other?
Your Majesty. This filthy rebel belongs in the jail cell. Oh yes, of course. Bailiff sees him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? But I haven't. And no dogs of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway?
Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not as great of a waste of time as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sanmadi? That's Aribold dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar.
These appear to be direct orders from Durkee. From Durkee? The rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
You have?
The scrap of paper That's Aribold dropped is a part of this.
Take that!
And this is...
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Aribold dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says.
Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright?
I can't read Karenese.
Prosecutor Sadmadi, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language? Very well, then. I do not understand.
Well, what does it say?
Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from prison?
So if I were to assume that Mr. Aribold was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because a butt in me tried to thwart his escape plan?
Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind?
I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Dr. Aribold is not the High Priestess killer.
How can you be so sure?
If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Dr. Aribold's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I'm speaking of Abbott in me, of course. Had Dutch Ariel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous, but were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Dutch Ariel was the High Priest's killer. Ah! So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How could this be? The High Priest? A rebel? There must be some kind of mistake. Let it go and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Daz Ariel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains, the accused, Maya Kfei.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important?
Something important? Please do explain, Defense.
We can't end this trial without looking into the murder weapon, the third party. The arrow? Murder weapon?
What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet. What does it matter if it has been found or not? The fact remains that the victim was killed with it by the accused. I also fail to see how that would be important, Mr. Wright. This, however, is. It seems there is no need to continue this trial any longer.
No, Your Majesty, there is still something important that must be brought to light. We can't end this trial without looking into... What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priestess' house?
It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim.
That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right.
Oh, then this should be just about right as well.
I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Daz Ariel, then who was it?
Objection!
That matter has already been resolved.
It has? What's he talking about?
It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
Objection!
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fei. We all saw her.
Shut to them!
What the? I can't do my finger point.
Yarg!
It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead?
The statue?
Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbad statue. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbad statue draped in her sacred robes.
No way!
The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in reverse grip. But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira? To show it to the victim as he was being slain. And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself. Come again? Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying... I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us.
This can't be happening.
What a face you are making, Defense.
I am surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moments to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be! This is an outrage. You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder? No, I did nothing of the sort. Maya. Nick, it's not true. I didn't. Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall. Indeed, it seems this trial is over. Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Now what do? I've got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that the rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadamadi's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait! Please wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. The trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Rite guilty. Ah! Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... What is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's war-bad dagger. Lady Kira, she has returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She has come to defeat the rebels. Peace. Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? But... Why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmadi? This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claim that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sadmadi, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Maya Fey. What? Me? What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly. But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there.
mainly to prepare for the purification rites. Ah!
Abaten Mi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions.
The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No! Lady Kira's warning updated in the court record. A warning from Lady Kira to Abaten Mi. Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it.
If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Dat Aribal escape after all. Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira. If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Miss Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with the second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict? It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned.
To be continued. And that's the end of the stream. We'll do day 2 in 2 days. On, Tuesday. Let's see about rating, shall we? Linkbrary is doing art. I'll see y'all tomorrow for Shin Megami Tensei 5. Goodbye.